practice and you can start your game. You can play now and start your game. Also, last call for brackets. Last call for brackets.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2025 DV8 Nightmare Doubles B Squad qualifying. 8 games coming up for you. Starting on time for the most part. We are ready to go. Take a look at your standings down there after A Squad this morning. Ryan Barnes, AJ Rice sit at the top at 37-44. We take a par score, which is 200. So you take 16 200 games is 3,200. They were 544 over for their 8 games. Second is Nate Garcia and Brandon Bone at 36.82. Third is Lavery and Holloman at 36.67. Followed by Eamhoff and Malish at 36.39. Jake DeVoe, CJ Petrin, your top 5 at 36.21. 1 out of 4 are going to advance to tomorrow's Cashers round. We had 30 on that squad. That puts you somewhere around 7.5. So you're looking at Troop Thompson at 35.49 or Corbin Williams at 35.42 right now would be the pace to make this cut. We want to give a shout out to our sponsors. DV8, our title sponsor. If you're looking for a new bowling ball, or anything related to bowling, whether if it's balls, bags, shoes, check out DV8, and then of course their parent company Brunswick and their family of brands. Thank you so much to DV8 for being our title sponsor. Also want to thank Brad Brooks and the Brooks Agency. He's actually bowling on this squad. Always good to see Brad out there on the lanes. Thanks so much to what Brad does for this event and has been doing for many, many years. Also the Bowl 101 Pro Shops in the area. They do great work there. Brian Kennedy and his crew, Quis as well. Everybody doing a great job out there with Bowl 101 Pro Shops. You need something done around here, they'll take care of you. Also the Just Be team, our friends over there, and as well as Quis Touraments, which is Quis Chisholm, our tournament director. He and Brian Kennedy, thanks for having me. We're here at Bowlero Bartlett here in Memphis, Tennessee for this edition of the Nightmare Doubles. We get things started here over on lanes 23 and 24, 25 and 26, bottom right of your screen, 27 and 8, 29 and 30. And over on 23 and 24, we have Zachary Cobb and James Richards, Greg Snee and Dimitri Cruz, Thomas Wynn, Aaron Martin just next door to the right, Adam Wilson and Chris Herron. Bottom right of your screen, Justin Williams and Chandler Tisdale, Josh Eison and Jamal Oliver, Kevin Constantino and Robert Gutierrez, Dio Bernard and Joe Feindling. And that's what we have for our lanes for you right now. I want to welcome in all of our viewers here today. Got a nice start here. We do have some fans of Snee out there, I know that. The pattern of this event Everybody's always so curious of that. Let's take a quick look at it. There you see the Nightmare Doubles. It's basically a modified house shot. Almost 13 mils on the way down, 14 on the way back, 27.28 overall, 43 feet in length, and 0 2-2s. Big old bank spot off the end of that pattern towards the outside part of the lane. 20-to-1 ratio. That's not a typo. Little 4-8-10 there attempt. You don't see that all the time. And the other thing you don't see is a little refresh here on the lane talk communications. Watch this. Boop. Okay, what's going on here? Is that the pair that's bowling unopposed? I think so. Yeah, they have a blind team that didn't show. That's why we have that up there. We'll bounce over here. Wow, rough start up here, top left of your screen. Open, open, open. And open. Oh, man. That's a rough start. Let's get it turned around. Only one way you can go from here, and that's up. Justin Williams. Come on, bud. Chandler Tisdale is going to bail you out right here. Check it out. There you go, a triple. It's all about holding up your partner. Even if they just have a little 4-0 start here, that's okay. Just got to relax a little bit here, Justin. That's good to know. Excuse me. That's good to know, Charles. Appreciate it. Folks, if you'd like to pick up some T-shirts on sale this week, we got them inside bowling just for the tournament. Tournament special, $17 Brands of Brunswick T-shirts. Justin Williams threw a strike, so you should definitely go pick up some of these T-shirts. All brands of Brunswick tees available for $17 this week only on Inside Bowling. Well, the Missouri Tigers are going to get the ball back with 1:17 left against the Alabama Crimson Tide. The Missouri Tigers just an hour and a half up the road from where I live and a team I followed as a kid. They're 5-0 at home against Alabama. 5 straight home games. This makes number 6 today, and I kind of got that on up in the upper left-hand side here in the booth as it's coming down to the wire. If Mizzou could beat Alabama, that would be something. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on that as well as the bowling here. Let me know in the chat if you're watching any other sports today and who you're rooting for. Got 8 games for you. It'll be about a 4-hour stream. And then we'll be back at 8 p.m. tonight for our C squad this evening. Yeah, Dixie, there are other sports besides bowling. Come on, Justin. Let's get this double. Oh, roll it. Come on. Give him a break. I'm suddenly rooting for him. I find myself rooting for Justin Williams. Nobody wants to go 4 opens in a row. Oh, man. Lean on that 8, why don't you? Tell me what you guys think of this 8-pin right here. Oh, that was terrible replay. I'll fix that. We'll let Tisdale throw a shot here first. Another one. Let's see if this replay comes in better. There's Dio, by the way. There we go. Come on, Mike. Watch this 8-pin. That's not fun. Justin, how about that 6 into the 10? Didn't love it off his hand, but that's a move in the right direction there. How we doing?
Oh, it's so good to see you.
It's great to see you.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm chilling. Looks like Missouri got picked off, and they were thinking there should have been a call on that. I'll take you through all the players here on B Squad if you like here in just a moment. Totally unlike Dio to miss single pin spares. I see that out there. Dio bowling with Joe Findling. Joe's a player. He's really good. All right, so you guys want to know who all's on this squad? I will run through the squad. How's that sound? I'm going to call out, I think it's 60 names on this squad. All right, let's start with Marquez Gowdy and Tim Nolan. Jason Britton bowling with Matt Harper. Bill Selden bowling with Matthew Holloman. Eric Deal is bowling with Dave Perfumi. Chase Branham's bowling with Jason Robinson. Jabri Smith is bowling with Tyrone Stevens. Jeff White's bowling with Tim Combs. Jonathan Baswell's bowling with Larry Robbins. Chad Barrett is bowling with Tanner Seal. Marvin Jackson is bowling with Gary Faulkner. Simon Mott is bowling with Zach Grove. Zeke Bate is bowling with Michael Mossbarger. Liz Mead's bowling with Corey Imhoff. Matt Hicks is bowling with Brad Brooks. Donovan Kelly's bowling with Terrence Bright. Steve Botter is bowling with Daniel Chavez. Boog Kroll is bowling with Kendall Martin. John Johnson's bowling with Richie Tharp. Zach Wilkins is bowling with Eric Jones. Cameron Noren's bowling with Eric Barnett. TQ Nimox is bowling with Rob Sanchez. Darren Chafin's bowling with Aaron Ruiz. Zach Cobb is bowling with James Richards. Greg Snee with Dimitri Cruz, as you see bottom right of your screen, along with Thomas Wynn and Aaron Martin. Adam Wilson and Chris Aaron. Justin Williams, Chandler Tisdale, top left of your screen. Josh Eisen and Jamal Oliver, top left of your screen. Right side of your screen, Kevin Constantino with Roberto Gutierrez, Dio Bernard, and Joe Fendling, who is on the front nine. Jared Ringener and Kevin Ives, and Donnie Wilson and Brian Kirkendall bowling on 31 and 32. We'll see if we can get 3 bills here. Game number 1 here on the B Squad. G1, B1 for you. Before we take a look at our 10th frame here, just want to take a look over here. We had 228 and 208. And the rest of the group's a little bit longer going here. So we'll go over here. My man Justin Williams looking to strike out for 177. A light mixer. Findling looking for 10 in a row. There you go. Trip that 4-pin forward. Findling. Boom. Kevin Constantino got the first hit there that I called out. I was looking at the wrong lane. I know that's Joe there in the black shirt. All right. Little double. Hello to Jake DeVoe in the chat. How you doing? Oh. Solid 8. Take a look at that one again. Front 10. Thank you very much. Got to throw it better, Joe. Who will score the most? I don't know how Kendall Martin's bowling right now, but he was bowling really good at the beginning of August. And Boog Kroll bowls good all the time. So I kind of like those guys, but it's really hard to bet against Eric Jones and Zach Wilkins. You bet, Jake. No problem, bud. Thanks for being around, watching bowling today. So even though we had 4 open frames in a row, a little 385 isn't going to hurt anybody with 7 games to go here for Williams and Tisdale. Nice game, Joe. Finish up here. maneuver back to here. Be right back and then check on something, and we'll be here with game number 2. All right, everybody, here we go. Game number 2. We've got Wilkins and Eric Jones here front and center in game number 2. Don't forget the standings are being updated right there in your link at the top of the chat room in real time. As they come in, they get updated pretty quickly. What's up, Zach? Scores by squad. Lane. Here we go. Wilkins and Jones, 227, 247 in game number 1. They're paired up with Cameron Noren and Eric Barrett. And Noren had 194, Barrett 227 in the first game. You've got Boog Kroll and Kendall Martin over to the left. And you've got John Johnson and Richie Tharp as well. Also, Kendall's wearing one of the quarter zips that we sell on Inside Bowling, a new item we added a couple weeks ago. And we can officially announce that we are the official merch supplier of the Greater Ozarks Bowling Tournament. So you can go to the Greater Ozarks collection on Inside Bowling, and you can save 15% off your purchases with coupon code YouTube, and that's a Greater Ozarks quarter zip. And I believe what the color of that one is called Snowfall, I believe. Kendall and Boog had 418 the first game, 212 and 206. Had a hard time getting 10. A lot of 9 counts, they said. Ball hooked a little earlier than Kendall would have liked. Pretty direct line for Boog, not opening up the lane too much, keeping it in the oil. Setting himself up to where if he misses a little right, he'll still hook. If he misses a little left, hopefully it holds. I believe his angles need to be just a hair steeper, unless that's what was placking the 10 pins for him. I would think maybe 2 with his feet, keep his eyes the same on the next shot. That one was a little high flush there. Not sure he's got enough miss room to the left. That's what you want to do on these easier patterns, is you want to get yourself in a spot where you can miss right and miss left and still strike. Because this isn't necessarily a pattern of accuracy. This is where you want to create as much area as possible for yourself. Now Kendall, after going high for a big split, goes light for a big split. So this pattern, not super easy. See the Zach attack over there, Zach Wilkins. Leaves the 9, a 7-10 up there as well right now. Scores are still coming in from game number 1, but Jeff White and Tim Combs had 494. Zach Wilkins, Eric Jones had 474. Simon Mott, Zach Grove had 466. Adam Wilson and Chris Herron 461. Those are some of the scores there that are already in from game number 1. In a little bit. No, I know. Yeah, how about game 4? Yeah. All right, 31 teams on this squad. We had 30 this morning. We can take 32 on the next squad. And here we go. Let's take a look at the standings. We'll also move over to here where I've got some serious issues going on here. Let me take a quick look at what's going on here. I don't know why that's all guttered out over there. Well, I can tell you that Dimitri Cruz has gone strike, spare, double. And his partner's gone double, 9 spare, strike. I can't really fix that because it's the way they put their names in after the fact. It might catch up in frame 5, we'll see. But our standings, and these have shifted as well. All right, let's see. Get this under control. There we go. Jeff White, Tim Combs, 494. Zach Wilkins, Eric Jones, 474. Dio Bernard and Joe Fendling, 471. Simon Mott and Zach Grove, 466. Adam Wilson and Craig Heron, 461. Eric Deal and Dave Pafumi, 454. That's your top 6. Jason Britton, 7th, 449 with Matt Harper. Gutierrez and Constantino at 438. Greg Snee, Dimitri Cruz at 436. Again, I mentioned the Snee has double, 9 spare, strike. Dimitri strike, spare, double, 9 spare. Matt Hicks and Brad Brooks at 436 as well. So that's your top 10. Bounce back over here. So we got Kendall and Boog here. Open, 5-bagger, 9. And Boog's got the front 6, 9 spare. You see a mixed bag here on lane 24. Couple of doubles. $25 and $26. Double per player. Boog's got it going on, and I suspected he would move a little left, create a little bit more room to the right, a little more hold on the left. Wilkins now. Ball's going pretty forward through the pins. 3 in a row for Zach. Trying to get Eric Jones fired up. Jones has that foul spare in this game. Kendall got that one to sit in the pocket. So still 237 left out there for Kendall after going open. Boog can still bowl 279 after a 418 start for these guys. Eric Barnett coming off the open frame here. He's got one double to make up for it, going at a 2-0 pace. Watch how Boog's just going to fire this thing. Little left to right from lay down to the arrows. Just let the oil pattern take it. Oh! Hello. do a little, let's do a super zoom on that one. Replay. Oh, and then Wilkins 710s right behind it. Check this out. New pins here, everybody. Brand new pins. Ooh, pull the string. Oops, meant to go over here. See if Zach Wilkins can pick the 710. Whee! Gave it a run. Kendall now up in the 10th. John Johnson, a little sportsmanship there. Can bowl 224, excuse me. 215 for his partner. Oh, come on, get that 8-pin out of there. If Eric Jones doesn't strike on this ball, he's going to be sub 200. Take that, Mike Flanagan. Blow on that finger. Wilkins going to be in the 190s now. Kendall finishes with 237. Book way in. Way in. Not good. In the 250s. Yeah, it looks like our scores are disappearing over here, much like Marty McFly did in 1985. When he couldn't get Lorraine and George to possibly have that fateful kiss. All right, bounce out of there. Book makes the 5-pin. And you see a Black Widow Ghost go down the lane for Boog, 258. Yep, 258. No, 257, excuse me. 257 for Boog. Let's see, how much is first place? 8,000. Well, while we have a little bit of a break in the action here, I'll bring it into the booth for the first time today. I did it earlier, but that stream is no longer here because we had difficulties earlier today. But we're glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. Mike here with you. Got the game room behind me as always. Got the fishing game right here. Got that one kind of turned off, but that's where we're at. We're here at Bowlero Bartlett. Very busy bowling center. A lot of things going on here. As I mentioned earlier, if you want to pick up the 100,000 shirt, got it right here. 100,000 subscriber shirt, $13 on Inside Bowling. It's available for a limited time. Would love for you to pick one of those up. You're part of the journey here. You're the ones that help get us here to 100,000 subs. It's not just me, it's all of you. Cannot thank you guys enough for everything that you've done to support this channel here. And just wanted to check in and say hello. And let me know in the chat where you're potentially watching from here today and who you're rooting for. Let's take it back out to the lanes. I think action is kind of starting to go again. And here we are as we go into game 3. Update that graphic there. Have scores for you again shortly. Don't forget I do have it pinned at the top of the chat room. Shout out Game Room. We got to shout out our sponsor here, Brad Brooks, up on lane 24. Brad, one of the good dudes out there. Love seeing me some Brad Brooks. Brad bowling with Matt Hicks. Also on that pair, Liz Mead and Corey Imhoff. And just to the right, you got Donovan Kelly, Terrence Bright, Steve Botter, Daniel Chavez. Bottom right of the screen, we'll be treated to some more Boog Kroll, Kendall Martin, John Johnson, Richie Tharp, Zach Wilkins, Eric Jones, and Cameron Noren and Eric Barrett. Folks, I'm going to go grab a beverage. And then I'll be right back, and then we should be close to Game 2 standings update. Zach Wilkins getting things started bottom right of the screen with a strike, and Boog Kroll's up next. Folks, I'm back. We've got almost a 2-game update. Switched over to these pairs. Take a look at, we got some highly decorated players here. In Kroll, Wilkins compete on the PBA Tour along with Eric Jones. It looks like with Boog, every once in a while, once or twice a game, the ball's really reading early, and I think it's something he's doing with the way he's setting it into the lane. We saw him go Brooklyn and leave a 5-pin. First shot in the 10th last game. We saw that one go high. You got to be careful because if you get your angles too steep, you can leave a 2-pin or worse. So he's got to be aggressive into the pocket, but you should see him migrate further and further left throughout this entire block to create that angle. Ramon, I think that's fixed from the first game. There is some weird pin carry today. Responding to some of your observations there in the chat. Got Eric Jones up here. Hold on. Bogue misses the 10-pin. Waiting on 4 more scores. And they're in now. Standings. Eric Deal and Dave Pafumi. 9:39 start for those two. Jeff White and Tim Combs second at 9:27. Dio Bernard and Joe Fendling 9:18. Boog Kroll, Kendall Martin at 9:12. That's fourth. Fifth is Adam Wilson and Chris Herron at 8:92. Followed by Justin Williams and Chandler Tisdale at 8:81. Donovan Kelly and Terrence Bright at 879. 8th is Wilkins and Jones at 877. You can check out all of the scores at our link at the top of the chat room. In case you were wondering what the rest of our stream schedule looks like here this weekend. Coming up tonight, C Squad at 8 p.m. Central. We'll have bowling till about midnight tonight on this channel. Come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for a semifinals round, and then the finals at 1 p.m. Sure you mark your calendars. Lane patterns a 20-1 easy shot, so to speak. And in book solid 8s. We've seen a lot of solid 8s. Zach Wilkins looking for the continuance of a possible 279, and that is to go bye-bye now. Really tricky pin carry right now. How many are they taking out for the cut? They're taking 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4 entries advance in this one. Wilkins can still bowl 257. See him inching left. You see his feet are pointed to the right. Opens up his hips and his shoulders to be able to get the ball to the right. Here's Boog. Hold. Did. What's up? Got a special guest going to join us here for Summit Game number 3. Bring in Kyle Troop. What's up, man?
What's up, bud? We're back. We're here.
Yeah, earlier today, you and the House Mouse bowled together. You guys finished at 35-49. You bowled 202, 218, 215, 192, 192, 241, 254, 200. 17-14 for you. Jared had 1835 with 276 game in there, a 258, a 247, and a 238. 35-49. What are you guys thinking about that?
Well, we're bowling again.
You are?
Sure. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
This has actually been the case the last 2 years for him. 2 years ago, he talked me into re-entering.
I remember that.
And I was like, bro, I do not want to bowl 16 games in one day. We're going to get out of here at like 12:30 and come back in the morning. And we bombed them. And then apparently him and AJ did that last year and just lapped them on, had a massive lead. So, it's tough to catch first. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at. And it'll be worth it. We both took our licks and brackets, and so we'll play again. We'll try again, try and get our money back, and, ultimately just try and improve the score, because I definitely figured something out the last 3 after trying multiple things throughout the block and leaving tons of 10 pins and then 2 8-10s every now and then when it was about an 85% or so.
Yeah, we're seeing some of that from these guys here. We're watching Boog and we're watching Zach. I mean, Boog has been all over the pocket, solid 8, 10 pin, missed a 10 pin.
Yeah, I did that today too. Yeah, I mean, if you miss it a little bit, she stays out there. Zach's throwing that ball he was throwing last night in the sweeper. Yeah, Zach's throwing it's like the 1 reverb, but it's pinned down for 2-handed. I was like, okay. I have not ventured into any of that, but.
How far was this drive for you?
5.5 hours.
Very similar to my drive.
Yeah. Are we flowing better now? We got everything?
Yeah. We
out?
got the green, excellent connection.
It's been that way for a while?
Yep. Okay. Since about maybe 11 o'clock this morning.
Good.
Yeah, that wasn't good this morning.
Yeah, we all have rough mornings. I had one. They had one. I mean, I'm sure you were ready.
I get cranky.
Oh, I'm sure. I told Jared, I was like, bro, I bet Mike is fried right now.
Well, I don't like getting up early to begin with. And if I didn't have to get up early, I mean, I had to wait for power. That's
a new one. Oh, look at that. The 10-11. The 10-11 on 31.
That is the 10-11.
So, yeah, so we came back up to the bowl, drill a ball, because a lot of the balls I brought, yeah.
You drilled a ball?
Yep.
What'd you drill?
Another Ion Pro solid. I was wanting to do an original Ion Pro, the hybrid. And this shop doesn't have one. Billy Hardwick's doesn't have one, and Cordova doesn't have one. So I guess that's a hot ball around here. So we're going to do a little bit stronger pin on the Pro Solid. I also started lofting it the last 3 games, and then I can miss by more than 1 board. It could be an arrow if need be. A lot of the pearls never hook, and the solids are too weak and too strong. So I figure why not just drill another clean solid.
Kendall Martin missed a little right, got the boomerang off the pattern. There's no 2-2s on this pattern, Kyle.
No, 20-1. I would imagine there shouldn't be too many of those things out there.
0.
This does not. I mean, 20-1s get cliffed, but they're already starting tight. Like, it's not just close your eyes the first 2 games like I expected. I was like, yeah, damn, 20-1, score's going to be high. And then they'll, get a little choppy down the stretch, but which I guess they kind of did on the first squad. I actually started seeing the lane finally, but I heard some of the guys that were really hitting them kind of slowed down a little bit down the stretch. So. Yeah, see, when you can get your ball to the right quick and it overhooks, yeah, that's good. My ball got to the right, and then it wants to wrap 10 a lot, so it was just burning, or just not seeing it. Not quite sure which way yet. What do you see, Mike?
I think people are trying to play them pretty square, especially the higher end bowlers, like that bowl on tour, like yourself. Trying not to cover too many boards. Trying to play as tight of angle as possible for being on a house shot.
Yeah.
But, I've watched Boog and a couple other folks. I just feel like their feet should be a little bit further left and their eyes the same. Just because it gives you, on this, you want to be able to miss right and you want to be able to miss left and you want to be able to hit the pocket, right? Now, I understand wrap 10 comes into play, but I want to take the 4-pin out of play. And I think if you get in the right spot and you have a rev rate like a Zach Wilkins, a Boog Kroll, a Kyle Troop, for instance, if you hit the pocket every time, I got to think that your strike percentage is going to be 70% or better, okay? And at the scoring pace right now, I think that's good going across the house.
I'd agree. Yep. Getting both guys to do that. Yep.
Yeah, like Kendall looked like he cheated a little left and then flat 10, and you can kind of overcome that with maybe a little softer ball speed. But I like always getting myself in a spot where I can miss right and it's going to hook, and I can miss left and even left of left, and I can still hit the 1-3.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. You know, I played fairly straight in the sweeper last night because obviously, is that going to hook?
See, that's that's keeping it tight.
Yeah, that's too much. Like, yeah, I didn't think that was going to see it there. Like, yeah, because if you keep it tight, you know, that was kind of the game plan for me today because, you know, we bowled last night, and, I mean, they were snug. You know, like, it was tough to go across the lane, and then I kind of started hooking at game 4, but came in today and, you know, played shallow angles, I guess we would say. You know, probably wasn't that far left of where Boog was, but trying to be up the lane, and the 10-pin was brought into play a lot, but then the misses, yeah, I felt like I couldn't miss very much. So I feel like you have to be able to hook it like you're saying. Then it's just a matter of finding the ball that you can miss left with and still hook it and miss a little right. You know, I think that's where it's just a little funky because we don't see 20-1 with, you know, I wouldn't say all this volume. There's only 27 mils, but something's definitely making them snug down the lane. Maybe the new oil, the new pins, you know, the new oil machine.
Sometimes this surface in general just plays longer too.
Well, I think they're playing longer because they're so early here. There's no oil on the first 2 feet of the lane because of the Bowlero Center.
Yep. And
talked to my baby, and she said, "Yeah, you always complain about your ball hooking too early at Bowlero Center." So, and I started lofting at the last 3, and you know, had 700.
Yeah, because if you set it right into the lane, you're setting it into no oil whatsoever. It gets out of it really quick, but still, it can make a difference.
Yeah, and I like this kind of stuff though. Like, yeah, scores are higher, but I mean, you know, there's still a challenge. I mean, heck, I'm sitting here talking about it right now, trying to kind of figure it out.
Yeah, right.
You know, all right, the challenge this week is find the ball that you can bowl 245 with every game. Like, find the ball that gives you 4 boards of area with maybe a little bit of different release. You know, like, all right, you don't have to be perfect in any aspect.
I just think if this was a video game, I would probably want my bowler to be crossing like 14 at the arrows with, if the speed is on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd want my speed at 7. And then it's just a matter of getting the right ball in your hand and getting your feet in the right spot to where if you go up and throw a shot and you hit 14 and you go through the face, your feet are too far right.
Yeah.
And if you 2-pin, your feet are too far left. And then you just go from there.
Yep, I agree with that. You know, that was kind of the boat I was in, and I feel like the problem I face is whenever I'm playing that far right on a house shot or, you know, parentheses house shot, my ball gets so sensitive to the drive in, like, because I'm already trying to be very forward because I'm playing right of 15 at the arrows. So then if I tip it a tad or, you know, and then I almost over roll it whenever I miss in and have nothing on it, and then it just skates.
Yep.
And then so I kind of see the over under there just because I can't blend the dry off from that far right at the arrows. Whereas like House Mouse, you know, he's just sitting on top of it. He's got one that hooks a little bit more and one that goes even straighter.
Yeah, and there is a such thing, even somebody like you, Kyle. You could, without using urethane, by the way, you could grab something that's super rolly with 4,000, 3,000, something like that on it, and you could go to the Kyle Troop old school A game and really just go up 10, like Prather likes to do on house shots.
Yeah, you know, heck, Jared's even kind of been telling me that, and I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, like, it doesn't stay straight enough consistently at a higher speed now. But yeah, I mean we got a few plans. You know, I'm gonna scuff up a Phase 5 and an IQ Tour, but then we're just kind of banking on a couple Pro Solids, and because I love that ball anyways. That's kind of my favorite ball. And
That's the blue one, right?
yep, it's clean. It's a
Ball,
solid.
the ball
so
looks good too.
You know, the solid part of it helps me blend that wet dry whenever I get it right early, as long as I can get it to hook enough. Like, which I would have wanted to hit the one I was throwing with more surface, but then that probably makes it not as great down the stretch. So just drill a little bit stronger one. Have a nice easy progression, fun block, catch a nap, come back in here and see you tomorrow.
A lot of options.
All right, Wilkins and Eric, 471. The high score on the stream by a little bit.
It's got my first error message of this block.
Oh, maybe it's me. Jeez.
No, I don't think so. It just says it doesn't like the bit rate. I haven't changed the thing. Let me know, anybody, if there's any issues out there. It all just boils down to internet, man. No matter what you try to do up here, it just always boils down to internet. Finished out with 278 over there.
Who was that?
Give me a second on that one.
You don't know who D is?
I know. It was. That's Donovan Kelly with Terrence Bright. So I believe it was Brooks and Hicks
Okay.
that had that.
Yeah, that looks correct. So what are they finishing up 3 games? Yeah. Come back at 8 o'clock. Did they get started on time?
They did.
They did?
Yeah, well, I mean, 10 minutes, I guess.
All right. Yeah, that's
Late,
about what it was
but-
this morning. That's fine.
But
But
there
then
were
they also didn't have any breakdowns.
Correct.
They're having to restart practice.
Yep.
Yeah.
We should
Could
be
be
good to go for 2.
Smooth sailing ahead.
For 8 o'clock, I should say.
What we got over here? Oh, we got Indiana, Oregon on over there for you. Watch your little
Yeah.
football.
Yeah, I got the Blues game on up here, too.
Oh, yeah, a little baseball, a little football, and a little bowling. And we got UFC going. Oh, yeah. We're here. Jared likes UFC, so probably going to glue these grips in this ball and then go watch some people get beat up. And then hopefully come in and do the same. Beat some people up tonight.
I do have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
You always learn about new things about people and stuff, like how did you and Jared become friends?
Oh, gosh.
Like, how did that happen?
How did that happen? Ooh, I think I remember. We were bowling. We had to have a tour stop somewhere, maybe in Texas. I don't remember where we were at, but we were bowling a tournament, and we were drinking. Jared doesn't really drink, but a lot of the touring guys were in the sauce. And we bowled a trios action match, and it was me, AJ Chapman, and Buttriff against Jared, Parker, and Greg Snee.
Parker Capra.
Parker Capra. Yeah, that's back when they were like really tight.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm talking. I think we had 100 a man, per game, but then I had 100 a man, all 3 singles. Yeah, I went 1 of 8, so I went 1 and 8 in the individuals, and we got smoked. And Jared was just talking the talk the whole time, and I was like, "Yeah, I like this kid."
Okay.
He just smoked me, took me for about 500. So, yeah, you ever want to bowl sometime, let me know. And then I don't know if I asked him or he asked me. And heck, the first time we bowled together may have been 2 years ago. I don't know if we bowled together before that, maybe. But, yeah, so I would
Yeah.
say similar to how Jesper and I became friends. You know, that was just without action. It was just in the cheetah match play bracket. And he bowled 800, or chameleon, when he had 800, 800. And I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's one of those things, hey, this guy's pretty good. How can I utilize that person to my advantage?
Yeah. And he's cool because, you know, he's hype.
Yeah.
He talks smack. He ain't scared.
No, he's not.
And he's learned some things now. Like, you know, we're rooming together this week, so talking about ball reaction and seeing the lane. He's like, you know, it's crazy. You know, I read the lane front to back now, and you know, he didn't know what that meant.
Right.
2 years ago, 3 years ago. Like,
There's nothing going on out there. I'll just bring it in here.
I was
Kyle and
like,
Mike here with you.
I was like, can you know, I remember when we won here 2 years ago, he was like rolling it, and then he's like, yeah, I'm going to thumb it more. And then he just moved left and thumbed it right up the gutter, and it just
He's like,
ripped the rack. He never had to move.
I'm just going to thumb it more.
Yeah, okay, Jared, whatever that means.
So he probably wants you to grab some bowling ball and play out on his line on the right side of the lane, and then when you're like, oh, but it's just hooking, be like, just thumb it more. Just thumb it more.
You know, that is the thing. To be a lefty that bowls in tennis shoes and just thumbs it more and throws it harder.
Yeah.
He's already made, you know, a good call or two this week. Like, he definitely knows my game. You know, and he's telling me, he's like, Kyle, the fronts, bro, the fronts. I'm like, yeah. Then talk to Bree. She's like, yeah, you got to skip the fronts. I'm like, well, y'all just told me this last night, maybe? Like, hey, don't forget about the fronts. But yeah, I'm proud of the house mouse. He's starting to learn a little bit to be a little house hack.
Hey, during this next block when you guys bowl tonight, find a little time to slip this in there. Okay.
Oh, okay.
He sent me a message this week. Or
Oh, he's upset.
no.
Because he was upset last year.
Well, he sent me this message.
Yeah, because you told him to send you a picture a long time ago. If you
Yeah.
wanted to be on the thing.
Yeah. So I didn't reply to him. That's my problem. This got lost in my messages, and then I saw him, and I was like, oh, man.
Yeah. But he could have messaged you before October 2nd of 2025.
True.
Being the two-time champion.
So Quis hit me up and said, hey, it's a DV8 event. Brandon Bones on DV8 staff. Will you
Okay.
use them on the thumbnail?
Gotcha. All right.
And I did, but I never responded to Jared to let him know what was going on.
I don't think he's upset that you never responded.
Well, that's what he should be upset
Oh,
about,
he's just upset he's not on the thing.
because I respond to just about everybody.
You know, I guess once you said that, you know, when you win, you get to be on the thing the next year. And then he's won it twice now and hasn't been on the thing yet. So he was like, oh, yeah, I want to do it. I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, well, he needs to...
And I was like, hey, well, if we win again, then you just tell Mike, make sure he gets a high-quality image.
I mean, if you hit me up a couple months before the tournament and send me high-resolution photos, you're probably going on the thumbnail, because then I don't have as much work to do. Because then Quis would have been... I'd have been like, hey, I put Jared on the thumbnail. You'd been like, oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
But when I asked the organizer, what do you want to do? I mean, it wasn't easy sourcing a good photo of Brandon Bone either, believe it or not.
No, probably not.
And a DV8 deal.
Right.
So it wasn't easy. So I would have gladly used Jared. So what I want you
I'll
to
fill
do...
him in.
Yeah, just don't do it right away. Do it like just sometime in the block. Maybe.
Oh, not here whenever I get up?
No, just sometime. You'll find the right moment during the block. You know what I mean?
Maybe. I don't know.
Like, let's just say he's not bowling good.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like the perfect time.
Let's just say he's not bowling good, and you go, hey man, we're gonna pick this up. I know we are. You have the talent and everything, but I do want to let you know I did talk to Mike, and I do think that's kind of messed up. He didn't use you on the thumbnail, right?
But they said they want the DV8 bowler.
But Mike said this was it. So why don't you prove why you should be on that thumbnail like we talked about ahead of time and pull your head out of your ass?
Well, he already did. I mean, he bowled 240 over today. With
I know,
a couple
but I'm saying later, if all of a sudden he's not bowling good, this is when
Right.
you bring this up to fire him up. But please let him know that I am upset that I didn't reply to his message,
Okay.
because that's on me. I reply to people's messages.
Yeah, you do. You're very good.
Yeah.
Replying.
I didn't reply to Jared, and I
will
feel
give you that.
bad about it. And I will talk to him one-on-one about it myself, personally. I did say hello to him when he went to the bathroom one time, but I didn't want to bother him with this thing while he
you know,
was
trying
bowling.
to hold me up. And
Yeah. So anyway, that's the Jared.
well, good to know.
So
I will save that nugget for the right time.
yeah, and if it doesn't come up during today, you could always bring it up in the morning or something, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, 23 and 4, 25 and 6.
What is it, game 4? All right. Mike, I may go check on my bowling ball.
That sounds
If
great.
she's ready. Because it's, let's see, 3:55. Yep, it's almost nap time.
Almost nap time.
Yep. 16 games in a day. Been, several months since I did that.
It's a lot of bowling.
At 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. start. Yeah. Probably been a long, long time since I've ever done that. So
This is game 4 we're going into, right? Yeah, it is.
game 4 at 3:55.
Yep.
But like you said, I guess there's a big enough buffer that,
Only 2 o'clock. Yep. Yep. Scores aren't crazy.
No, I was going to say nobody's 200 over for 3.
What I kind of look at is, does anybody have 470 multiple
game,
games
yeah.
in a row, right? Like,
Leaders, just about.
Ringener and Ives had 554 that game.
Whoa. 390.
Chafin and Ruiz had 432, or 532, excuse me. It's 2 500s.
Okay. Yeah, I think we had one of those. Maybe. All right, Mike. Well, enjoy the rest of B Squad.
I'm going to. I think Chase Rhodes is going to come join in the booth,
All right,
which
cool,
should be
cool.
a real treat
Very nice.
coming up.
Enjoy.
Yep. Thanks, brother.
Yep. See you later.
Hey, everybody, don't forget, check out Kyle Troop's YouTube channel. Just created that this week, Kyle_Troop. He's got his YouTube channel out there, and he's got his merch at KyleTroopBowling.com. Check him out. He's got some cool stuff. Good luck to him and Jared tonight. I'm sure they're going to entertain us when they come through the live stream. Guess I could take the Kyle Troops in the booth thing down now. And I don't ask these guys to come by. They do it to interact with you guys and to break up the monotony here a little bit. So I do appreciate when these guys come by here, spend a little bit of time with us. It's pretty cool talking, the insights of the game with him a little bit about how he's going to attack this pattern. Folks, I'm going to hit the stream button and then hit it again to see if it breaks up this lower stream bit rate that's coming in. And just like that, we should be back. And that just fixed it for now, amazingly. All right. Let me know if you got me, everybody. I'm thinking about registering with the United States government and changing my name to Babe. Kind of weird. And no, I don't want to be Babe Ruth, but I was just thinking that every time I'm on a stream and I say, hey guys, do you got me? You guys could be like, I got you, babe. Know what I mean? Bueller? Anyone? Bueller? Yeah, so here's the thing. I told Chase Rhodes he could come in game 4, and then he saw Troop sitting here, and he's like, oh, Mike got Troop in there. I know that's what he was thinking. But I told him he could come by. Gary Faulkner's making his way down here. I haven't seen Gary throw a ball yet. Let's tell you who we got bowling here. How about we do that? How about I do my job? 23 and 24. Got to relog into the tournament. Bowl.com. Shout out to those guys. scores. Lane, here we go. Game 4. 23 and 24, we have Chase Branham and Jason Robinson, along with Jabari Smith and Tyrone Stevens. Jeff White, Tim Combs, and Jonathan Baswell with Larry Robbins. Bottom right of your screen, Chad Barrett, Tanner Seal, Marvin Jackson, Gary Faulkner, Simon Mott, Zach Grove, Zeke Bate, Michael Mossbarger. I do love the Gremlin jersey there. Oh, he's lurking, folks. Chase Rhodes is lurking. He's about to come over here. He's going to sit in this booth with me. All right, as we wait for a little standings to come in here. Looks like I fixed that. I learned something new about fixing the stream on the bit rate there. That's good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Still learning and growing here. Still learning. We got 4 scores still to come in. Chase Rhodes on tap. Should be fun. I don't know if he's bowling again tonight or not. Folks, I told you we were just going to keep these guests just rolling right on through here. You know, we had the hack Kyle Troop on, and now we've got somebody who's really something, a real bowler. Chase Rhodes joins me here in the booth. Hello, Chase.
Who is Kyle Troop? I've never heard of her.
How you doing, man?
The only question I have for you is, are we bowling next squad?
Are you guys bowling?
I don't know. We're right on that verge.
Well, are you bowling to cash or are you bowling to win?
We always bowl to win, but
I mean,
it's hard when you don't have a lefty that can strike.
Well, I heard you earlier on that one. All right, so let's analyze this. Troop and Thompson are bowling again.
Yes, for sure. Jared said outside that he was bowling for sure.
Yeah. And you're in 11th right now at 34.78. Well, you just won the Southside doubles.
Well, no, I didn't. I won the singles. Well, it's not Southside singles.
Okay.
It's Southside doubles.
All right. Well,
I didn't win $1,500.
Folks in the chat have been telling me you bowled unbelievably well at the Southside doubles.
Yeah, I bowled with Pete, the first squad, and he was 336 at the turn, and I was 567. So,
okay.
Yeah, I gave him 800, but that's why it's a doubles tournament.
Let's take a look at standings after game number 3 real quick. Jeff White and Tim Combs, 1385. So right now that would be 1200 would be par, 185 over for 3. Dio Bernard and Joe Feindling is next. Oh, they're actually tied. My bad. 1T up there will tell me that. Jared Ringener and Kevin Ives at 1360. You got Wilkins and Jones at 1348. 1337. You got Williams and Tisdale, and then Deal and Pafumi at 1326. That's your top 6 currently. You can see these scores pinned at the top of the chat room, everybody, if you want to look at that more.
Is that lower than our squad?
You know, I was so busy trying to get everything to work that I don't have that just off the tip of my tongue and that, but they seem a little bit lower, yeah.
Okay.
They do seem a little bit lower, but nothing crazy.
Well,
I think
some of these guys are making them look pretty easy, so.
Yeah, we got front 6 here.
That's Zeke, or no, that's his partner.
Mahogany Mahassan. Let's
Mossberger or
Mossberger.
Or Mossbarger.
Yeah, Mossbarger. I kind of like burger. Sounds better, but Mossbarger, he bowled with Zeke last year, and I had no idea who he was. But what I do know is Zeke Bates very intelligent, and he does pick good partners.
Is he still on the Pro Tour?
No, but he does bowl some PTQs from time to time. The thing with Zeke is he's such a good bowler, but he's like a bubble guy out there.
Gotcha.
Like, I mean, he rolled off for the U.S. Open in a PTQ. He bowls a PTQ, and he has a ball roll off.
Well, he was on the league, right?
Yeah,
like
he bowled awesome.
That's where everybody knew him from.
That was his coming out party.
Yeah, this guy rips the ball for being left-handed.
Yeah, Mossbarger. Whee!
Yeah, this pattern is so weird. This is what they give to the league bowlers.
It is?
Oh, so this is Bowlero's oil now. And this pattern is throughout the nation. Like, we have these at the 3 in St. Louis. Yeah, the lady at the desk, who's the manager here, she said that she's going to the 3 centers next month in Missouri. And I'm like, do they have the same pattern? Look, see? Overrated. They're all overrated, Mike. I don't even know who this guy is.
Hi, Gary.
I told my partner to bowl where you're bowling. Yeah, Gary throws the ball pretty good. I told my partner to throw where you're throwing. I've never seen him throw the ball like in person before.
Gary?
Yeah. He throws it really well.
He really does. I'm going to do something that's a little scary, but I'm leaving the booth for a second to fix a camera.
Oh, no. That's right, folks. You heard it. Mike left me the whole entire booth to myself. Don't worry. I won't say anything too bad about anybody. It said something about YouTube flagged me and they're shutting it down or something.
Probably. You know, here's the thing about you, and I'm going to say this publicly. All right? You know, I moved to Utah for 10 years.
You became a Mormon?
Not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. Thought about it a couple times. There's some perks with that, but we'll get into that later. But, you know, I observed kind of what was happening back in St. Louis. I kind of feel like when I left, there were several people that were like, Mike left us. I had built Inside Bowling. I'd built that message board, was kind of doing everything, and then I sold out to go to Utah and work for Storm, right?
So that's why you went out there, because of Storm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then things didn't work out there for me. It wasn't a good fit. I didn't love it. And then I ended up carving out kind of a digital marketing business where I ended up working for their competitor, Ebonite, which didn't go over great there. But anyway, all that's in the past. But I stayed out there because there were a lot of things that we liked about living there, and there was cool things about it. But it was time to get home a couple years ago, so I'm back. But while I was gone, I kept an eye on some things happening in the St. Louis area. And, you know, I like to scoreboard watch. I did it when I was a kid. I'd look at the High Roller website, and I didn't know who Vernon Peterson was,
right,
or Bill Hoffman, or Dave Gwindon, or all these different guys, but I always saw their names. And then later in life, when I'd see them, I'd be like, oh, man, that guy's a baller. I remember seeing him at the top of the board all the time, right? So I kept dibs on what was happening in St. Louis with, you know, obviously Tim and Shay, you know, kind of set the bar. Those are the guys. They bowl everything together, and, you know, they travel together. And let's face it, there for a period of time, they were the best.
The Shay and Tim show.
Yeah, they were the best.
Trust
They
me,
were just
I was there.
mopping up everything, right?
I was there.
But then you'd see every once in a while somebody would bowl something good here or there or whatever, and I started kind of seeing like Tony Resnick.
Missouri world record holder for 9 games.
Yeah, you know, and he's a second arrow burglar. He is a dump doctor, but you know what? He is
Eagle winner.
Good at it.
Eagle winner.
An eagle winner.
But, I mean,
dude, he's got an eagle.
Like, look,
on a national stage.
I said that for months. So whenever I went out there in June, I came back and I told Tony, I said, you have nothing to worry about. Because I went out there in the same group as Troop and BJ Moore and Buttriff. And if those guys aren't doing it, and Tim Foy, last year's team winner.
Yeah.
I said, Tony, you are so safe with 3,300, you don't even realize it.
And Tony Resnick, he does his thing. And, you know, people could give him a hard time about it, much like people gave Walter Ray a hard time for throwing red ball up 5 on television all the time. But Tony Resnick, to win an eagle, to do what he's done locally, he can bowl on anything. A lot of mad props to him, right? So that was a name I was kind of keeping an eye on. And then there was always, you know, been you know, like you bowl some scores that are just out of sight, out of this world. But I kind of always noticed that you were kind of like out on an island. It was kind of like just you, right? And obviously you've got some unique personality traits at times.
To say the least.
Right? That people really either love you or they hate you, right?
I hear that a lot too.
And I'm kind of the third. I'm not on either side. I don't love you. I don't hate you. But I respect you.
And that's it.
That's it. I respect you, right? I totally understand where you're coming from and the things that you do on the lanes and off the lanes. So I've always kind of admired you being you, right? Like you are just you. And I, you know, when you said, hey, I want to come by the booth or whatever, I had no reservations whatsoever. But I just wanted to say on air that I feel like your game, since, you know, when I was in Utah, just keeping an eye on things, and then like when you bowl, you'll bowl on something hard, you'll bowl on something easy. But you have some really nice outings, man. And you should be really proud of that.
Well, and this is going to sound crazy, but I feel like, so I'm 42. I'll be 43 in January. I feel like since I've turned 40, I don't know, like I just understand it better.
The game?
Yeah, I just feel like I finally understand what's going on out there. I used to be, and it's funny, I bowled some of these tournaments, and like I bowled a doubles tournament out at Concord and went 299, 180, 300. Now, 5-6 years ago, if I go 299, 180, I'm shipping it in. Like I'm just done. You know what? Screw this tournament. I'm just done. But since I've turned 40, I feel like I'm throwing the ball better than I ever have. I feel like that, I don't know, I just understand it. And I know this is going to shock you, and here we go. This is breaking news, but I feel like I've calmed down a little bit. You know,
Of
like
course, yeah.
I just know there's a time and place for certain things, but anybody who bowls knows that this is 100% mental. Like, this whole game is mental, and if I can get you to where you want to beat me so bad that you make a mistake, then I'm already winning. Like, you know, there's a ton of people who don't like me, but they can't tell you why, just because, I'm an asshole? Like, you know, and that's fine. But since you've known me from junior leagues, I've been this same way
Yeah.
for all my life. And there's not a lot of people in this bowling ball. Look, there's not a lot of people in this bowling alley that can say that. And
No.
I don't mind saying that at all. You know, but there's a lot of people who do, you know, mess with me in that aspect because I just keep as real as possible. Like, there's nothing more I really know how to do. But no, the bowling thing, that's just, like I said, it's all mental. Like, it's all mental, and it took me 20 plus years and to turn 40 years old and to just, you know, I can't control what any of these guys do this squad.
You're right.
The only thing I control is the way I score.
Yep.
And, you know, I went out to Springfield doubles, and I don't bowl. Look, I'll be the first to tell all of you, I don't bowl tough patterns. I just don't. You know, I don't have the time to practice on them, so I don't bowl them. But I went out to Springfield doubles, averaged 230 on that, and I watched a lot of pro bowlers struggle on that. You know, and I'm watching a lot of them struggle out here. And I averaged 225 on this, and there's not score out here. Like, I don't know what anybody thinks that we're bowling on, but this is not easy.
Mott and Grove here, 235 and a possible 300 coming up right here.
But that's 1 in 30. Oh. I don't know who that is on lane 30, but he yams on that ball. I don't know what he's throwing. What is he throwing?
I don't know what he's throwing, but it's Zach Grove.
He yams on that ball.
Yeah, that's a good word for it, yamming.
Well, that's what I did at Southside Doubles. I threw a Storm Tropical Surge, which is one of the lowest ending balls that Storm makes. And I funneled it between 10 and 15 and was able to throw it 20 plus miles an hour. That's good. Oh. See, and then that's what this pattern does. I don't know if you've been watching a lot.
Yeah,
I'm sure you have.
There's no 2-2s at all. You get it to the dry at a certain spot, and it just duck hooks.
Someone told me this was 20-1.
It is.
So that you would think that'd be like super easy, right? Like,
yeah, but here's the crazy thing after he makes this spare. Oh, 4 out of 5. Here's the thing. If you look at that pattern, look at the middle. It's 1-1, 1.94 to 1 all through the middle. All the shapes out. So anybody that's playing the center of the lane is bowling on the U.S. Open. Because the center of the lane's 1-1.
That's
flat.
crazy.
Right? This is the part of the lane where you get your shape. You got to throw it out to this area.
Well, so I'm standing around 5, and I'm slow rolling an Ion Pro Solid. Like, I wish I should take video. I was throwing the ball 17.6 miles an hour. Like, and I don't throw it that slow. But you're going to see here, games 6, 7, and 8, these lanes are going to open up. Like, they eventually finally open up.
I spelled your name right?
C-H-A-S-E. No E.
Jeez. What's wrong with me? Fire me immediately.
Look, I've been bowling 700 clubs for 20 plus years, and I've had over 10 shirts, and never once have they spelled my name right. So,
oh, it's my bad. Yeah, well, Chase, I'm just happy to see that you're bowling good and you're still loving the game. And you told me you're going to be bowling the holiday doubles with Pete Weber.
Oh, yeah. You can never tell him no. Like, it doesn't, he could be 90. Are you really going to tell? And the reason I don't tell him no is because I know there's a ton of people out in the world that would love to bowl a doubles tournament with him. you know, and
sure.
you just never know what you're going to get. But I promise you, Mike, if me and Pete are in contention Sunday at that tournament, we're going to get you 1 million views that day.
That's great.
I promise you. No one's going to talk more than me and him will Sunday. I just got to get him there.
Yeah.
And see, I bowl league there. So.
Oh, you're bowling league at St. Clair, huh?
Yeah, on Thursday nights. I've been bowling there the last couple of years. The only reason I still bowl there is to figure out what that's going to be like for that tournament. Yeah, we bowl Friday at 1 o'clock.
Friday at 1.
And see, I take that tournament for granted because I can bowl that tournament, go home, and continue on my life. You know, I don't have to be there on a Thursday and stay the entire week.
True.
You guys didn't add a Wednesday squad, did you?
I don't think so. He could have. I don't know what he's doing. I just show up and stream it.
Look, I could have swore I heard something about a Wednesday squad. I said, you might as well just make it a week long.
Yeah.
And just have it bowl 8 games and go home.
Beat the board or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
I mean, that's a lot of, I mean, if I'm coming out of town to this tournament and they had a squad Wednesday, you know, and I stay there all week long, that's a long time. So are these running totals for the actual bowlers or
I
just
don't think
on
so.
that lane?
I think it's on that lane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't like that there's no arrows, and I don't like that there's no frames up top.
Yep.
That's weird. It kind of throws you off a little bit.
A little bit. Yep. They're working on it.
No, but this is apparently the new league pattern that all Bowleros are going to see. And I'm just thinking everything above that I don't bowl at Bowlero for league, because this would be awful. I don't know why you would do this to your league bowlers. I mean, people who come to league, they come to strike, they get the new balls, you know. I mean, your typical league bowler, they're buying your product that you're pushing, you know. They don't want to come out and bowl and not be able to throw strikes with it. That's why St. Louis is the way it is. These proprietors know that people want to throw strikes, so they set it up to throw strikes, and you get 100+ honor scores every year.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. No question.
I mean, Dan Beeman's got the best outlook on it all. He goes, these league bowlers don't come here to pick spares. They want to throw their new equipment and throw strikes, so I'm going to let them throw strikes. A lot of that.
I almost feel like you could start a new league format where all it is just you get 15 shots a game at throwing a strike.
Whoever hits 15 first wins. I mean, Mike, it's not like all of us went to sleep one night and woke up and got really good at bowling, you know?
True.
They used to give you a ring when you shot 300. Every time you shot 300.
Yeah.
But when bowlers are shooting 300 and 800 at a rapid pace, and I don't have much room to talk, but it's hard to say that this is all the bowler anymore. Like, the balls are so much better than we are. And it allows, I threw 5 honor scores in less than 24 hours. You think I just got good overnight? Like, there's a lot of, mistake room that you can make with this newer stuff. So when you come bowl league, you want to throw strikes.
I got kind of an interesting ring honor score story for you. I've had a lot of travels. I've met a lot of people. I've become friends with a lot of people in the industry. So you just kind of never know what's going to come into your inbox. You just don't ever know what's going to happen. So this week, I'm in the middle of doing 10 different things. And all of a sudden, I get this email from the International Bowling Hall of Fame curator sending me a message.
You?
Yes. Yes. That says, actually, I should bring it up.
What? I can only imagine what you did.
Yeah. I'm getting this.
They're like, we want to just honor you for your triplicate 261.
No, International Bowling Hall of Fame Museum curator.
And that's in Dallas, right?
Yeah. And
or Arlington, whatever.
Yep. and her name is Carrie Smith. And she wrote me and said, "Hi, Mike. I hope you're doing well. We received a call yesterday from a non-bowler who purchased an abandoned storage unit. His name is Carl, and I've attached some photos he sent. He recently acquired a storage unit from St. Louis that had 5 300, 800 rings owned by 60s to 90s PBA bowler Billy Walden. And we're looking to learn more. It's likely the storage unit was owned by Billy himself, since the unit also had some personal notes that were sort of self-reviews of his matches. I understand Billy was from Troy, Missouri, and Mike Albee said you may be able to provide some context."
Way to name drop. Oh, you mean just Mike Albee?
Yeah.
Like nobody important.
"Any info you may provide is much appreciated." So I'm like, boy, I get some emails, Chase. I get some odd emails, you know what I mean? But I'm like honored, like that somebody would reach out to me with this, and that Mike Albee's the one that said,
yeah, Mike.
hit up Flanagan.
Yep, hit
right?
up Flanagan.
Okay.
He knows everything about Missouri.
So then I contact, I share this with Brian Burkhart, and he goes, "Well, I bowl league on Thursday nights at Crestwood with Jerry Walden. And I think they might be related." I'm like, okay, great. So Burkhart texts me Thursday night and goes, "Hey, those rings were stolen from his house years ago, Billy's house. And his wife is still alive, and it would mean the world to her to get those back." So I'm like, wow. So I emailed the curator back.
So who was the guy that bought the storage shed?
Just some guy.
So he's
but
just
he,
from
But he's
Missouri.
like, these are some bowling rings. I should call the International Hall of Fame and see
of all the places
what's up
to
with
call.
these. And then they go, "Oh, St. Louis." Then they call Mike Albee. "Mike, we got these things. You know anything about it?" "No, call Flanagan." Then I hit up Burkhart. So these rings that were stolen many, many moons ago from PBA bowler, when rings meant something, Billy Walden, are more than likely going to finally, all these years later,
have his ring,
be returned back. He's passed away, but his wife wants the rings and the notes. So that's just a really,
I wonder how that got brought up to Mike Albee to begin with. Like,
well, he oversees. He's on that Hall of Fame committee and stuff, and he is a bowling historian. So any artifacts that roll in, I think Albee is at least included in a copied email.
He heard Troy, Missouri, and he was like, "Well, Mike Flanagan knows everybody in Missouri." Like,
well, Albee and I have become friends, so I'm sure that's one of the reasons why. But it's a wild,
crazy
world. You mentioned junior leagues back in the day, and the people I've met over the years that are these massive superstars within our sport.
Yeah.
And now I have a very small piece in returning rings that were stolen in the 1970s.
Why aren't you hitting the like or subscribe button right now, guys? Like, why aren't you sharing this, hitting the like?
It's pretty funny, man.
Well, I mean, watching Spencer Robarge as a little kid, at these gateway tournaments in St. Louis, and then seeing what he's doing now is crazy. Like,
yeah.
I bowled, what you said, Tim Barrett, I bowled with him. I mean, we all bowled junior league together. Me, you, Remock, we all bowled junior league together.
Yeah.
And just to see how many people we bowled junior leagues with not continue to do this, like compared to the people who, Mike, he runs centers now. He barely bowls.
Yeah.
If watching him bowl or seeing him out bowling is like seeing you out bowling. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and it's weird that I wanted to be a pro bowler back then, like all of us did, and I didn't do that, but I've got to live vicariously through a lot of pro bowlers, which has been pretty wild.
Well, I mean, this is a lot more fun than being on the lanes. Like, it really is.
Yes and no. I'm not gonna downplay your statement, because you are absolutely right. But this has gotten more complex. It's
4K now.
You got to remember many different things. Joey Vitale, who's the new Blues announcer, was on the radio talking about his first TV broadcast, and he said that now on television you got a producer in your ear. You're talking back to your producer. You got a replay guy saying, "We're going to go to this replay where Pareko's doing this." You got to pay attention to your broadcast partner. You got to pay attention to what's going on the ice. You got a producer saying, all right, you need to wrap up this story in 5 seconds. And you got to try to do that. And you got all this going on while you're doing all that. And really, up here in this booth, I'm monitoring the stream. I'm talking to you, making sure the sound's coming through good, switching the cameras, got to pay attention to all the scores.
Replays.
Got to make sure the scores come in, replays at times. Like, you got a million things going on, and that your brain gets fried doing that for a long period of time. And typically on Saturdays is the day I kind of take it easy. There's nice cover over there, by the way, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. But it's a lot. But then come Sunday, I try to have enough batteries in the tank, so to speak, or gas in the tank, I should say, to then be able to deliver a nice day of streaming with really being on the call, on the action, because I don't have the mental capacity to do it 2 days in a row.
Well, Sunday's also a little calmer because there's not 30 teams per squad.
Yeah.
They're all bunched in together.
Yep.
You know, and when you were saying that, like in the movie Wayne's World, when they go meet the voice or on the radio station and they're talking, he's going, I could see you doing that a lot,
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
We could say whatever we want right now, couldn't we?
Yeah, Vitali actually brought that up in that interview. He said that whenever, sometimes he's sitting there and he doesn't even know what Chris Kerber said. So he just kind of goes, yeah.
Yeah, great. He could have said just something off the wall. Turkey's good for breakfast.
Right.
Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah.
So do you, how updated are you on the scores? Do you just go on to bowlingtournament.com? Or
Yeah, so I just click the button right here, and we wait for them all to come in. We're waiting on 2 more, and then we'll share it with the audience as soon as we have them.
I need to look up and see what we were at after 4. Can you do that on this? Can you look at?
Yeah, up there is a drop-down menu, and you can look at just your squad. A little bit further down, I think it says only your squad.
Well, this is our squad.
Okay.
I wanted to see what we were pacing after 4. So first place after 4 was AJ and Ryan, and they were at 330 something over. What are we looking at here? 1896. Yeah, they're way off the pace of AJ and Ryan.
Yep, scores are in, so we can share that. Here we go. This squad only right now, Dio Bernard and Joe Feindling are at 1897. So for 4 games, that's 297 over, excuse me. Justin Williams and Chandler Tisdale just bowled 502. They're at 1839. Jared Ringener and Kevin Ives is at 1833. Simon Mott and Zach Grove are at 1827. Zach Wilkins, Eric Jones at 1816. So they are, after 4 games, that's 8 games, 1,600. That's 216 over for Jones and Wilkins.
And where are they at?
207 fifth.
All the scores are way higher.
Eric Deal and Dave Pafumi right now, 1807. But even on these higher scores, you still see a 387 in there, a 403, a 384, a 393, making up.
How many are they taking for tomorrow?
1 out of 4.
But we don't know how many we have.
They're going to have about 90 teams.
And they're only taking the top 8 after that 1 out of 4?
Yeah.
So you're looking at 20-something teams?
Yeah, we're probably going to have 90 teams, so you're looking at like 23 teams will make it.
And see, that's the thing. We're sitting in 11th, so if we end this squad sitting in 17th, 18th overall, it's like, do you bowl? Is there 5 teams out there that are capable of passing you? And we're only at 280 over, so it's not like, you know, we're out, that there's a ton of score out there, so. If we were at 350, we wouldn't have this conversation. If we were at 250, it would already have been decided. You know, if we're at 350 over, we're already in.
I think you should go out there and just whack them.
Oh, did you? Oh, you're going to put up the $250 for me to bowl? That's awesome. Did you hear that, guys? I'm getting sponsored by Inside Bowling for C Squad. How's your horses doing?
How's my horses doing?
Yeah.
What is that? You want to tell that story?
I've never seen anybody set a live stream up and bid on bowlers at the same time, and then give them the ultimatum. I'm going 11. You can have him for 12. Out of nowhere, 900. What?
Well, I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, Boog Kroll and Kendall Martin are going for $600.
Well, they went for 600 quick, and then
Going
it just stopped.
once, going twice, and I go 700.
And everybody turned around and looked at
And looked
you.
at me and like, what?
What the?
And then the other group goes 800. I go 900. They go 1,000, and I go 1,100. You can have them for 12.
And that was it. They didn't take it.
No.
And now, where are they sitting?
They're chilling. Last time I looked, let's see.
Just kicking it?
418, 494, 411, 431. So they're about to bowl a big game.
Okay. Well, Kendall won that big singles.
Yeah, the
What was
Masters.
it?
USBC
streamed
Missouri Masters.
that?
Yeah.
You streamed that too, right?
Yeah. I wanted to buy one of two teams here. No offense to you and your
Oh,
partner.
shoot. We didn't even know we had to bid on ourselves.
My last name. But I liked. I wanted Brandon Bone.
Oh, and I got him right here. Nate Garcia.
Yeah, Nate. He's bowling with Nate.
Now, Nate does a YouTube channel also, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yep. He and Elise.
Sean Lavery and Holloman, those guys are,
Yep. They cost a lot.
well, they weren't the most expensive.
Troop and Jared were the most expensive, right?
Yeah, Jared's won the last two of these with Kyle and AJ.
Yep.
Yeah, that was crazy. And apparently this is the lowest it's been Calcutta-wise since they've had it.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's still $5,000 for first, so I don't know what the other years have been. Do we have a chance this year?
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah.
Someone posted, it's only been one game. Let's hear all the coaches. And someone's like, sell the team, get a new coach. I was like, I go, we have a hockey team?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not a. They're fun. Like, they're not. They're gonna have really off nights, and they're gonna have nights where they look like they're the best team in the league.
Are we playoff worthy though?
I think we're 65%.
I think our baseball team needs to open up that checkbook and figure something out.
Our baseball team, I'm not going to be a homer about this, but the work that John Mozeliak did over the years, he pulled off some pretty nice moves.
It's just we're used to winning championships without spending money, and we have the second most in all of Major League Baseball behind the Yankees. But we never really spent a lot of money on our last three.
Yeah, I mean, when Albert was out and we needed bats, he went and got Goldschmidt and Arenado.
Yeah, yeah.
Which are two dudes that were like, they play the game the right way. They're not cancers. They are people that, are highly regarded pedigree players in baseball. And they went and got Goldie and Aaron. Those guys should have raked.
I know.
In the 3 and 4 holes, right? And then they even surrounded them with, some homegrown talent. Now, they got in a situation where they needed some outfield help, and they signed Dexter Fowler, and they traded for Marcelo Ozuna, and they gave away players that ended up panning out. But, like, there for a while, we had, like, Steven Piscotty.
Yep.
We had Tyler O'Neill. All these guys, all available to play.
Colton Long. Like,
You had all these guys, and none of them emerged as a star. And then Rosarino leaves, but he was a clubhouse cancer. So I understand why they got rid of him.
yeah.
You know, so they tried to do some things. They did. But where I felt like they missed was they never went and got some really good starting pitching or really good relievers. But if you look at the relievers and the starting pitchers that were available during the free agent markets that the Cardinals could have bucked up for them, those guys got hurt. We wouldn't have had them anyway.
Yeah.
These guys all Tommy John. So look, and I thought when we played the Phillies and they pulled that pitcher Jose Quintana out of the game after 5 innings because the computer told him to.
Yeah.
That really pissed me off.
Well, we got a new pitcher. We got 2 pitchers from Tennessee. The one guy that we got, he's a firecracker, man. Like, but you're also pitching against college players. You're not pitching in the big leagues. So.
And we've never been bad enough to get Jackson Holiday, bad enough to get Paul Skeens.
Well, Goldschmidt went to the Yankees, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, we haven't been bad enough to get these draft pick guys.
I know.
So
well, we had number 5 overall this year.
The problem with the Cardinals right now is, number one, and then we'll get back to bowling, everybody, those of you that aren't in the St. Louis area, but the problem with the Cardinals right now is, number one, downtown isn't easy to get to from all the people that have the money out in the county. And when they go down there, it costs $30 to park, or you can park on the street and take your chances.
Yep.
And then the quality of the product on the television is so good that it's not all that much of a benefit to actually go to the game if the game doesn't mean something over the course of a 162-game season.
Yep.
So weeknights, you're really in trouble. So there's that. If they built a ballpark out in the county, and like a mom and dad could say, oh, I'm going to drop Johnny and his best friend off at the ballpark to go to the game, and then I'm going to pick them up after the game, that's one thing. But you can't do that in downtown St. Louis.
No.
Okay? You can't do that.
You can't even do that at Wrigley Field.
So that's problem number one. Problem number two is there isn't anybody. Yeah, they just scored. There isn't anybody right now that that a Cardinal fan says, well, we got to go down to the game. They still have Willie McGee. Nice 3-7. Yeah. They still have Willie McGee, or they still have Albert Pujols, or they still have Yadier Molina, or they still have Adam
Carpenter. Yeah.
So there's no real tie to these players that they mean something. That it's all new. It's a revolving door of players. So that's another thing that hurts the team. Then the fact that they just can't be super good and competitive and win is the other thing. So really, though, they've done a pretty nice job.
Well,
trying to navigate.
Me actually living in Illinois, I go Cubs. I don't know.
You can go Cubs all you want.
Well, no, I mean they're winning.
Yeah, but they had a series of years after they won the World Series that they were terrible.
So who's winning the World Series this year? I'm going for the Dodgers.
I mean, their bullpen needs some help. Usually the bullpen does well. I can't believe San Diego got eliminated when they did. I love their bullpen.
You think Seattle wins?
No, probably not. They have a solid team. I don't know. That's tough. I think it is kind of anybody's ball game. But I mean, the Dodgers are kind of the favorite.
Well, I mean, the league wants New York, LA, and New York got outsed real quick.
Yep.
That's the money game right there.
Yeah.
Or Detroit. So now we're in Game 5. This is where you're going to see the transition. This is where stuff starts, where the outsides get super, super burnt up. And then if you do hit that middle, you catch that 1-to-1 that you were talking about.
Yep.
And what I saw, Michael Holloman tells me that, there was a bunch of lefties that struggled in A squad. And then he goes, never mind. He looked at singles, and 7 out of the top 8 were left-handed bowlers. And I was like, I told you, you guys were striking a bunch over there. I don't know a lot of people in this squad. I know our squad was stacked, and you couldn't get the stuff to work properly.
Yeah, I didn't see much.
I mean, we had Kyle Troop, we had Michael Holloman, AJ Rice,
Oh, yeah.
Barnes.
Glad you're with us watching continuing coverage of 2025 Nightmare Doubles. Mike Flanagan here with Chase Rhodes joining me in the booth. It's been a treat so far with you, bud. And we are at Bowlero Bartlett here in Memphis, Tennessee. We had an A squad this morning that got done a little after 1. We started up the B squad just slightly after 2. We'll be back with the C squad at 8 o'clock. We had 30 on A, 31 on B. Who knows how many we're going to have tonight on C. A lot of re-entries. This tournament's brought to you by DV8. If you're looking for a new bowling ball bag, shoes, check out DV8 and the Brunswick family of brands. Also want to thank Brad Brooks at Brooks Agency, who's bowling this event in this squad. Want to thank Bowl 101 Pro Shops for all they do for the bowlers in the area, and the Just B team, as well as Quis Tournaments, Corky's Chisholm's Tournaments. Want to thank Corky's and Brian Kennedy for allowing me to come down and stream this event yet again.
Yeah, I'm probably going to finish up Game 5 for you, and I might go lay down
You
for
should.
about an hour or two.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to. I should just go back to the Airbnb. It's 15 minutes from here, but I'm afraid if I go back there, I'm going to go to sleep and I'm not going to wake up. Not well, at least not to bowl at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
I think you can average 235 tonight. You.
Me?
personally. Yeah.
I'm going to need it. I didn't get no action this weekend. I just got in just to bowl the tournament. I bowled that sweeper last night because I couldn't come in here blind. There's no way I would have figured out what I figured out last night just in 10 minutes of practice.
I'm paying attention to the chat, everybody. I know about the Blues, and I know about what else we got in here. All the respect for the Brewers. Hey, I'm going to hand it to the Brewers. They've done a really nice job in a small market. They've drafted well. They've gotten good players. Hats off to the Brewers.
Did they have a good year this year? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Brewers are doing good.
Only thing I think of when you talk about the Brewers is Bob Uecker.
Yep. You got Brewers Cubs today at 7 o'clock, I believe it is.
Oh, to move on.
To move on. Yep. Yep.
Are they all playing today?
That's the only game today, I believe.
Okay.
Yep.
Who did the Yankees get beat by?
They were beat by
Yeah, it's Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto. Yeah, Toronto looked pretty good in that series.
That grand slam that Guerrero hit.
Oh, yeah.
Holy moly. You know who it reminded me of was Batista when he hit that home run out there.
Bautista.
Yeah, you got a whole entertainment thing behind you.
Oh, I know, every year.
Is that what Bowleros are? Are they more of like an entertainment family establishment than bowling alley?
It's supposed to be like the neighborhood hangout. So like, hey, let's all go to the arcade. Okay, let's go to Bowlero. Hey, let's go bowling. Okay, let's go to Bowlero. Hey, let's go have a snack. Let's go to Bowlero. Hey, let's go have a couple of beers. Let's go to Bowlero.
Are you a Bowlero fan?
I have to be.
Oh, okay. Well, let me say then, I'm not a fan. Anywhere I've bowled in these centers, it's hard for me to throw strikes at. So I'm not a fan.
Well, they're coming to St. Louis, PBA Tour. Did you see that?
No.
They're going to be at Bowlero St. Peter's this year.
Really?
National Tour stop. Yeah, you should stop in.
Well, they have 3 of them.
That's the one in St. Peter's.
They have the Chesterfield and the Brunswick Lakeside.
Yep, and then Bowlero St. Peter's. Yeah, the one right off of 70.
Yep. I play cornhole out by that Bowlero.
Oh, okay.
I don't do that anymore.
No more cornhole?
No more cornhole. I mean, I went out to California this year for the world's largest tournament, but that's because the the guy who sponsors me for my jerseys and stuff, he's from out there. So I go out there. I took my daughter out there this year. She just turned 18, so I took her out to California with me, and
That's cool.
just hung out, played the tournament. Don't know why. I just don't play anymore. But no, I do want to give a shout out. So this is a new company that's coming along in the bowling world. This Bowl or Die.
Bowl or die. Okay.
They're working, they do apparel, more of a heavy metal punk rock type crew. They're actually working with Rhodes on some of the stuff like Rockstar, Gremlin, characters and stuff like that. Really cool guy out of Minnesota, huge Twins fan.
Okay.
I feel bad for him. But yeah, Bowl or Die. They're gonna make a splash. So I got on with them and they sent me, some apparel. It's really good. I mean, the guy just wants to go out there and just, he's not too serious into bowling, but there's a lot of people that he knows in the bowling world, and he told Schlemler that he left his bowling balls out in the rain. And I guess they got ruined, and he goes, man, I come home next week, there's a whole new arsenal sitting on my front porch from him. I said, yeah, that's what he does. Another St. Louis guy.
Yeah. He's done a lot.
Well, he definitely didn't look like he looks now when I knew him when he was drilling bowling balls out at Bullhaven.
Yep. Bullhaven and then Cottonwood for a while.
Oh, Cottonwood. I tell people about that bowling alley. There was never a place in the world where you could drag a 10-pin or 7-pin.
Up to the approach.
Oh, past it. Well, Jason Schaefer
Yeah.
would drag him back to the balls.
Yep.
Now it's a Home Depot.
Yep. Jared Ringener can bowl 238 here.
Where are they sitting at?
I don't have that screen up right now.
What's his partner got? 250? 252. That should be a mystery score game, right? 252. So who's the guy on the left here?
That's Donnie Wilson.
They're with the Tennessee crew that comes out in St. Louis. Carl Williams.
Yep.
Yeah. Who's the young lefty that bowls with them? He's got the longer hair. He's younger. Stockier. He bowled A squad.
Hardigan?
Is that his last name?
Yeah.
He throws it pretty well.
Actually, I think Donnie Wilson just bowled 238 and Kirkendall can bowl 250. Yeah, that looks more
See,
like
without the arrows.
Yeah, that's it. And there's no arrows in the building either right now. No arrows pointing that out.
That hurts the count. See, I was hoping this squad was going to be a bunch of low scores, and then I wouldn't have to bowl at 8 o'clock. We barely got here on time today. I thought it started at 9 o'clock, and I saw you were going live in 30 minutes at 8 a.m., and I'm like, man, that's weird. He's doing this an hour early, so I get on there, and I'm like, oh, this starts at 8. We got to go. And this was at 7:30.
Yep.
Yeah, he lost a bunch of count there. That's crazy.
He's got to make the spare.
Well, you go from 230 to 220.
Yep.
Which that's what you want to be at. If you can shoot 460 a game on this, you'll be here tomorrow.
That's the team I normally buy in the Calcutta, by the way, for $100 every year.
Really?
Yeah. Wilson and Kirkendall.
I think whoever got the pool, the guy who was running the Calcutta, bought the pool. He bought 21 teams for $100.
That's a pretty good deal.
That's less than $5 a team.
It's true.
Now, are one of those 21 teams going to make the top 8? but no one knew who we were. And he kept saying $100, $100, and then he goes, pool. And I'm like, what does that mean? The dude's like, you just got put in the pool. And I was like, we have to bid on ourselves? So he let us get in for the $100, but... So 238, 229. That puts him at 460. I've seen a fair share of 710s throughout the day. How long you been streaming?
Since 2010.
And you bowl and you stream a ton of doubles tournaments, right?
Kinda, yeah. This is my doubles tournament swing.
How many times do you think you see 250, 190, 260, 180?
All the time.
All day long, right?
All the time.
How often do you see 240, 240, 240, 240, 240? Like, you know, it's always...
It just depends. Last weekend, I streamed the PBA Central Region Family Ford of Bluffton, Yeezy Barbecue,
Hair Care and Tire Center.
Yeah. At EJ and Zach's place.
Easy Bowl, right?
Yeah, Easy Bowl. Okay. And Graham Fa bowl between 217 and 238 every game, it seemed like.
And won. And that's all string pins, right?
Yeah. He didn't bowl 299, 187.
Just steady Eddie.
Oh, dude. All day. Just 210 to 230. I was telling Troop, who was sitting here during game 3, for this, with what I've seen over the years, if you just...
And it's easier said than done.
It is. Pick where you want to be on the lane. So I told him, I said, 14th board. One board right of the third arrow. That's your target for the whole block. All you got to do is get the right ball in your hand. Again, easier said than done. And go up and throw a shot. And if you 2-pin, your feet are too far to the right.
And if you 4-pin?
Your feet are too far. Or your feet are too far to the right if you 4-pin. Your feet are too far to the left if you 2-pin.
Yeah.
And then you keep your target the same. You don't move your target in. You keep it there the whole time. Because that's where the shape is. That's where the shape is. Maybe on the fresh, you start at 12 and you go to 13, you go to 14, but you don't need to get deeper than 14 on this.
So all he had to do is average 220 for that day and he wins the tournament, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Just so like here, I was telling Troop, I'm like, if you hit the pocket every shot of the game, you're going to strike 70% of the time because you're Kyle Troop. But Grohl, if he hits the pocket 10 times a game, he's going to throw 7 strikes.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Well, I feel that way too, if I can hit the pocket like that.
So all you got to do is line up to hit the pocket on something like this. And if you have a game where you only get 2 strikes and you hit the pocket every frame, bad pair, bad topography, forget about it. You got 8 games. That's why they have 8 games.
Well,
because you might pull 299 the next game.
Let me be the first to let everybody know that Mike will be bowling C Squad, and he's going to show you that all you have to do is...
That's all you have to do.
That's all you have to do is... AJ said that to me. He goes, look, if y'all can just get a 520 in there. I was like, oh, yeah? Just 520?
Yeah.
That's all we need?
Oh, it's easy for the people that aren't doing it.
Well,
say it.
You know, like... Which him and Ryan's a just not fair team. Like, it's not fair.
Well, Ryan bowled this a couple years ago and bowled with Tom Hess and hit the pocket all day and could not carry.
I think I remember that.
Yeah. It was pretty bad. Ryan is not having that problem here.
He struggled a little bit last night at the sweeper. But just like I'd say about the Southside doubles, you give these guys 3 or 4 chances, they're gonna figure it out. Like they're gonna come with a game plan and they're gonna figure it out.
By the way, Chase, FYI, you will see me sometime in the next 12 months from right now.
Yeah, I'll see it how they double.
I'm gonna show up at some event in St. Louis to bowl.
On purpose?
I don't know. I'm just gonna all of a sudden one day they're gonna be like, oh yeah, there's this whatever going on, and all of a sudden they're gonna be like, what's he doing here?
Are we live streaming this?
Probably not.
Or, no, but they're going to be like, are we live streaming
Yeah,
this?
they're gonna be like, oh, he's here. Yeah,
gamer?
right. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna bowl this tournament. I mean, I probably won't do very well, but I just think it would be fun to go out and compete in something again. I subbed in league.
Where?
Crestwood for Brian Burkhart last year.
Okay.
I bowled one night, just one night. And
you only bowled one time. You subbed one time.
One time.
Okay.
Yep. And I think I bowled 640.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, there's a
660?
YouTube video floating around of you. I forgot what you were bowling, but I think it was a singles tournament. But I remember like someone had posted a YouTube video about you. I think you may have shared it at one point. But it was you.
Ago.
It was you bowling juniors, and it was a singles. I think you had like a white shirt on or something. I was like, wow, he did used to bowl.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna go bowl this thing. But anyway, I subbed, and the last game I just moved way left and hooked the whole lane with a Brunswick Vaporize, and I threw an 8-bagger.
Oh,
it was fun.
Yeah,
it was fun throwing an 8-bagger
It's
at
easier that
Crestwood.
way.
Yeah,
it's easier that way. I don't bowl out of Crestwood. I bowl out of Imperial, their brother company.
Yeah.
But I don't bowl out of Crestwood. There's not a lot of places people throw tournaments out in St. Louis, man. Like, they don't utilize all these bowling alleys.
I love those little no-tap tournaments, though.
Well, St. Charles still has theirs.
I like the Thanksgiving one at Kingpin.
They have one in Imperial Thanksgiving night, or the night before Thanksgiving.
Yeah. So, anyway, yeah, I'm going to bowl something.
Okay. Well, now I got to show up to everything.
I'm going to bowl something.
You need to bowl doubles with me.
With you?
Oh, yeah.
I'd bowl doubles with you.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what we need to do. Me, you, and Mike Wiedemeyer need to bowl a trios.
Wiedemeyer was just at
I know.
Southside.
I talk to Wiedemeyer every day.
Really?
Yeah, we're buddies. Me, you, and Wiedemeyer.
Just bowl a trio?
Yeah. Put Wiedemeyer lead off. He'll be the guy that'll kind of get an idea what the lanes are doing.
And you'll be in the middle.
I'll bowl second, and you'll anchor the squad.
Okay.
And we'll bowl a trios tournament. And
why don't we just bowl the? We could bowl the Southside trifecta.
When's that?
That's the Saturday before Super Bowl. You bowl 5 games, and it counts for singles, doubles, and team.
Maybe.
And it's a 4-man team.
It's 4, so we got to find somebody else.
We can pull. Oh, if we can pull Remock out of retirement.
Well, here's what I was thinking. I was thinking I'd contact like Troop.
Okay, and just have him come up.
I'd use.
Don't you have a friend named Albie?
Yeah. Well, he doesn't bowl. He doesn't bowl. No, I'll find some. I'll use my my Rolodex.
Okay.
To bring in somebody to
just
hold
a
me up.
Killer.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll bring in.
So it's Mike Wiedemeyer, Mike Flanagan, Chase Rhodes, and Kyle Troop.
Yeah, or Belmo or something like that.
Oh, my God. Well, last year, Belmo put on his name on the sub list for Nationals.
I know.
Can you imagine the team that was like, hey, we got a sub. What?
Yeah. That's what we'll. No, I'll probably. You know who I'd probably grab Graham Faw actually.
That'd be cool.
Because we need a lefty.
For sure.
Right.
For sure.
And I'll just go grab Graham Faw.
And that trifecta is at Shrewsbury. So all I do is strike there.
Actually, you know what I might do? If it's right before tour, Jesper will be staying with Troop.
Okay.
So what I'll do is I won't bowl. I'll manage the team.
And we'll get Troop and Jesper?
And get Troop and Jesper with you and Wiedemeyer.
Okay. Well, no one strikes more than me at Shrewsbury, so it doesn't matter.
That's it. Chase, it's been fun, man. Game 5's over.
Thank you so much
Thanks
for
a lot,
doing
buddy.
that.
I appreciate you, and good luck tonight.
I hope I didn't offend anybody.
Oh, dude, this was great. No, really appreciate you, brother.
I've been getting text messages saying I'm doing pretty good on here.
This was wonderful.
All right, well, I guess I'll see you at 8.
All right, thanks, Chase. Chase Rhodes, everybody, joining me here in the booth. What a treat. What a treat to have Chase in here. Interesting guy, that Chase Rhodes. And you know what I love about him is he was respectful as all get out up here in the booth with me. And that's all you can ask from anybody. He was very respectful in this booth, and he's welcome anytime. Let's take a look at our schedule, everybody. We've got C Squad coming up tonight at 8 o'clock. Semifinals tomorrow at 9. Finals at 1 here at the 2025 Nightmare Doubles. DV8, our title sponsor. Thank you so much to DV8, the folks up in Muskegon working hard. DV8. Tonight we bowl. Perfect for the Nightmare Doubles. Game 6 graphic coming in. And scores will be coming in next. 3 more to come in. Dio Bernard, Joe Findling, 2387 right now. 387 over. I told you guys, Boog Kroll and Kendall Martin were going to bowl a pretty big game. That game they bowled 481. You just kind of know when teams are going to get it. You know, it just kind of comes. Appreciate everybody in the store this weekend picking up merch. My phone has been going crazy. All the notifications of orders rolling in, and I can't tell you guys enough how much. Every time you order something from Inside Bowling, this is what it does, okay? It helps provide food on the table for not only myself and Kim, but her mom works with us now. My best friend Marty from grade school has a full-time job. You're supporting a family business every time you hit that checkout button on Inside Bowling. And we try to provide some really cool apparel. And all we're doing is we want you to change your buying habit. We run enough deals and specials that you're going to get t-shirts at about the same price you're paying at Kohl's or Walmart or wherever else you're picking them up. But you can get these really cool bowling t-shirts, change your buying habits, pick them up from us. You're making a difference in our lives. And we really do appreciate those that take advantage of these specials and support our live streams on these weekends. We've had tremendous viewership here this weekend. I compare our viewership against those others that are out streaming in the bowling world. And you guys show up for every single event. And it means a great deal to myself and our entire team. We got a lot going on. We're not perfect by any means, but we're always there to take care of you. And if you have any sort of special orders that you need that has something to do with, completely nothing to do with bowling, I've been getting a lot of orders coming in of, hey, Mike, I heard you talk on the live stream about this. My son's having a birthday party. You think you can make some shirts for us? Hey, my work needs some shirts. Hey, you know, my buddy would like some hats. We've got some folks in the industry that have softball teams. We provide the jerseys for them, all that kind of stuff. We'd be more than happy to help you with whatever project you may need. I promise we'll work hard on it. We'll get it out to you as quick as possible. Really solid rates on what we do. We don't mark up our garments very much. We just charge for our printing, and it's a beautiful thing. So with that said, that's what we call trying to kill a little time, because I was trying to find these graphics at my Slack thread. It's kind of a little bit of a mess in there, but I should have a graphic here now. Let's see. Here we go. There it is. That's what I was looking for. There's our deal of the week. Brunswick Brands Tees. All of the family of brands of Brunswick. $17 t-shirts now through Wednesday at 3 p.m. We do a new deal of the week every week at Inside Bowling. Check our website every week around 3 p.m. Eastern. That's when we swap that out. Should have standings now. Lane Talk communication with the center. Looks like it's going okay right now. That's good. All right, here we go. Scores are coming in fast. Let's see what we got. Blues are in a close game currently. We got a lot going on here. All right. Clean that up a little bit. There we go. Kirkendall with another strike. Dio Bernard and Joe Findling, they are leading right now at 23.87. Zach Wilkins and Eric Jones second at 22.80. Simon Mott and Zach Grove third at 22.74. Fourth is Jeff White and Tim Combs at 22.72. At 22.35 is Book Kroll and Kendall Martin. 22.33 is Jared Ringener and Kevin Ives. Darren Chafin and Aaron Ruiz at 22.32 are seventh. Justin Williams, Chandler Tisdale at 22.23 is eighth. Donnie Wilson, Brian Kirkendall after 486, 467. They're heating up 22.13, and they're striking right now. They're striking right now. And then 10th, Eric Deal and Dave Perfumi at 22.06. So at the 5-game mark, it's very easy to see how many they're over because 2,000 is even. So 387 over is Bernard and Findling, and then 2280, that's 280 over for Wilkins and Jones. Pretty easy to figure that out. And if you want to see all the scores, check them out at the link pinned at the top of the chat. 6, 7, and 8 left. I am going to roll out of here for a moment and see who we have over here. Speaking of the leaders, there is Joe Findling. Again, he's paired up with Dio Bernard. Kevin Constantino also on that pair with Roberto Gutierrez. Josh Eisen, Jamal Oliver, Justin Williams, Chandler Tisdale also on the pair to the left. .5:11 Central Time currently. A little bit after 6 we'll be getting done, about 6:15 I suppose. Yeah, you guys have been rocking the store today. You know, we also sell balls, bags, shoes, accessories. You can pick up anything with your order, and we do free shipping on orders over $75. So if there's something you need to pick up, I've got some bags stored away for Christmas too that we're going to be running some sales around Christmas time. Carlos, if you're still listening, by the way, I meant to put into Slack and I just got too busy. But we need to be planning out our Christmas sales sooner than later. So mark that down for next time you and I and Brady are on a call. We need to figure out what we're going to do for Christmas. Folks, we're going to be really ramping up for Christmas this year. We're going to be running deals every day. We might start on the 1st and then run right all the way through holiday doubles. If I ever win the Powerball, I'm going to sell Inside Bowling Christmas stockings that you buy for $15 and you get at least $200 in cash in them. I would do that for all of you. But I would only do it for those that have the special secret code, and the only way you get the special secret code is if you listen to an Inside Bowling broadcast right here on YouTube. Thanks, Bobby Bowie. Appreciate you. How's our man Justin Williams doing here now? 4 bagger, 9 spare. Much better than when we saw him in game number 1. Justin and Chandler. I got to look at their game scores. So Justin Williams started with 4 open frames, bowl 183. Came back with 239, 258, 276, 214. That's outstanding. Chandler Tisdale, 202, 257, 198, 226, 170. They're at 22-23, which currently is good for an 8th on this squad. Findling and Dio, both working on 279s apiece. Brad Brooks coming by asking if I'm having any fun yet. Almost. I'm doing the same thing as you, Nico, except I'm not eating right now. I'll tell you what, Findling and Dio, man, they really could win this thing. This is kind of the perfect little mix. Findling is such a good bowler. Super underrated bowler. And, you know, he's the elder statesman in that group. And Dio is just Dio. The amount of regional titles he has at his age is ridiculous. Dio Bernard he's 21 years old. and has 16 regional titles. I think it is. 16 regional titles, 21 years old. That is ridiculous. Dio bowled 182 the first game, and Fendling bowled 289 to hold him up. Dio bowled 236, Fendling bowled 211 in game 2. Then Dio bowled 245, Fendling bowled 222. Then Dio bowled 246, Fendling bowled 266. Dio bowled 234, Fendling bowled 256. Through 5 games, Fendling's 244 over, Dio's 143 over, and they both can bowl some big games here. 246 left for Dio, 279 for Fendling. Fendling is in fuego. He really is. Here's Joe on 25. That's money. That looks so good. Wow, Chandler Tisdale. That's called a working ball. Bo Burton would call that the working ball. I don't know what's going to happen here. Not quite the framing I was looking for, but watch this ball go through the pins. Oh. That's pure beauty. Pure beauty. So Dio can get into the 240s here. Fendling 279. He's going to improve his average up over 250 for 5 games. Leaning on it. On my screen. Yep. Quis has it with a video in his group on Facebook.
Oh, I'm talking to Kenny and Mike King, and I'm telling them they want to know what the pattern is. So I'm gonna let them know that the pattern is showing on.
Yeah, I pop it up from time to time. Yeah.
Okay, I'm telling them now because I guess they're watching it. Like it's right there.
Okay, to those that want the pattern, here's the pattern.
Thank you, Flanagan.
Yep, no problem. It's playing pretty long and pretty flat in the middle of the lane, and then there's a giant hook spot outside with not much taper. So there you go, there's your pattern. Fendling, 279. What a great bowled game. Should have bowled 300 earlier. Front 10, blower 8. He's just kind of playing right up around 11, 12. He's killing it. Tournament leaders extend the lead for this squad. 471, 447, 467, 512, 490, and now, what is that, 525? Justin Williams turning it around here. 279 max out there left on lane 23. Couple of 279s available up here. So when your partner bowls 279, you throw the first one in the 10th, you slap that out. Possible 485 for these guys. Already rolling into game 7 over here. It's Cruz and Snee. Bud Kroll and Kendall Martin just bowled 547. I think they moved up to about second on the squad here. So Dimitri misses for the first time in 8 attempts for his team. All right, let's bounce over here. Game 7 starting. We got Adam Wilson is up on 27. He's bowling with Chris Herron. We got Thomas Wynn, Aaron Martin as well there, 29 and 30. Justin Williams, Chandler Tisdale, Josh Eisen, and Jamal Oliver. 2 games left, guys. 8 o'clock tonight. C squad will have some re-entries. Have some good bowlers on that squad too, looking to try to improve upon their score from earlier. Glad you're with us here. This tournament would be possible without our great sponsors: DV8 Bowling, Brooks Agency, Bowl 101, the Just Be team, and Quis Touraments. My name is Mike Flanagan. Thanks so much for being here with us on this smooth sailing B squad. Glad you're with us here on this October weekend. Boy, the year just flies, doesn't it, everybody? I mean, it just, man, you just can't get ahead. Time just flies. It's like Ferris Bueller says, if you don't stop and look around every once in a while, you might just miss it. Yeah, I'm Nico Bowl TV events. I'm working Ron Moore's event in Las Vegas. I'll be out there for like 15 days. It's always a good one. Blues are rolling. Fix this for you. For some reason, it's just not calculating one of the scores over here until the 5th frame on these pairs. Don't know why. Folks, I'll be right back to set up game 8. Be back in just a moment. Lane Talk will fix that letter D. It's supposed to be letter D bottom right in the 5th frame right now. Triple working. All right, who's ready to strap in for a final game here? I know I am. I'm ready to go. .279 and .237 finished out there while I was gone. TQ with a strike. Let's go look over here for a minute. Thomas Wynn with 257. Aaron Martin can still bowl 260. That would put them at 517 for the game. A little wrap 7. They are currently 100 over through 5 games. They could get to 200 over here. We'll get to 200 over with a game to go. Time for game 8. See what scores we have after 7. Theo Bernard and Joe Findling bowled 417 in the last game. They slowed down for the first time today. Ringener and Ives had 489 in the last game. Chafin and Ruiz had 482. Williams and Tisdale had 427. Grove and Mott had 407. Kirkendall and Wilson 462. Wilkins and Eric Jones only 384. Not a very good game. Last game for those guys. Snee and Cruz had 516. We saw that here. We'll have these scores for you as soon as they all come in. Scores are posted at the top of our chat room, by the way, everybody, just in case you didn't know that. In this last game, on our pairs here, we're going to have, well, we do have Boog Kroll, Kendall Martin, John Johnson, Richie Tharp, To the left of them is going to be Steve Botter, Daniel Chavez, Donovan Kelly, and Terrence Bright. And to the right of them, Zach Wilkins, Eric Jones, Cameron Noren, Eric Barnett, TQ Nimox, Rob Sanchez, Darren Chafin, Aaron Ruiz. Logan Kendall had 400 the last game. They are 382 over. Is that right? 14 games. Yeah. Two scores left. Due in. Boog having some fun right now. Throwing that white Widow Ghost, middle of the lane. That's what he loves to do. Zach Wilkins, spare, strike. He is letter C. Eric Barnett now with an opening triple. Eric Jones looking for one. Scores are in. Bernard and Findling, 33-29. 2,800 is par. They are 529 over after 7. Jared Ringener and Kevin Ives in second at 31.84. Kroll and Martin at 31.82 or third. Darren Chafe and Aaron Ruiz at 31.35. They're fourth. Justin Williams, Chandler Tisdale, 31.34. Jeff White and Tim Combs, 31.28. That's sixth. Eric Deal and Dave Pafumi, 31.20. At 31.18 is Simon Mott and Zach Grove. Donnie Wilson, Brian Kirkendall, along with Thomas Wynn and Aaron Martin are at 31.09. So that's 309 over for the top 10. If I go and look at first squad, there is first squad. How many people were 310 over or more? So 32, that would be 3,500 or more. So 10 teams were 310 over or more, 3,519 this morning. So if you go to seventh, that would be 349 over is Troop and Thompson, 349 over. This squad, how many are 349 over right now? 3 teams with a game to go, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 can realistically get around that number, which would put 12 around that number on this squad if teams finish with 450s, 460s in that range. Taking 1 and 4 to tomorrow. 1 and 4 will make it to tomorrow for 5 more games. Pins carry over, then we go to the top 8. And everybody bowls each other. All right, so that sets up the story here. A lot of teams get to 350 over or more. This number is starting to creep up into the like 350, 360 range. So if you take 350 over divided by 16 games is 221.87. That even seems a little low to me. I think to make the cut, it's going to take like 370 over. And again, that's just me just thinking about the field. Maybe not quite that high, but that seems about right to me. Zach's throwing the old backup ball. They're bowling again. They're 302 over. I mean, I would imagine they're going to bowl again. They bowled 474, 403, 471, 468, 464, 438, and then 384 the last game. Darren Chafin looking for the front five. He and Aaron Ruiz right now are 335 over going into this last game. They're always good. Nice cover, Zach Wilkins. Roll 3-7 there. Didn't want to leave it though. We started today, this morning, we had 30 teams on A squad. We can take 32. So kudos to the tournament staff and to all the bowlers wanting to come bowl this one. We could take 32 the last squad. We had one no-show, basically. We had 31 teams. This evening, who knows how many teams we're going to have. My guess, is around 24. But we'll see. If we get 24 teams this evening, that would put us at 85, which means we take 21 to tomorrow morning. 21 teams, so that would be 7 off of each squad, kind of, even though it's all squads combined. So yeah, you're looking around that 350 mark-ish, depending. Some people are going to re-enter that are already in the number. Which helps some of the others. I'm just glad we're streaming, everybody. We had a rough morning. We recovered. Ready to have a nice C squad coming up here tonight. We're all going to enjoy it together. I'll be down to it on these cut scores later on tonight. Right now, there's just so many teams trying to bowl big games to get in to a number that's comfortable, the number that they don't have to think about re-entering. Chafin and Ruiz. Spare, strike, spare, strike, spare, triple. 4-bagger, spare, double. These guys are punching their ticket. They're always there. They bowl so good together. They're over on 29 and 30. TQ and Rob. They are at about the even mark. Oh, hold on. Up 100. Barnett and Cameron Noren, or Barrett. No, it is Barnett. That is right. They are 57 over coming into this game. Eric Jones and Zach Wilkins, they were 302 over. And they can bowl 225 and 228. Doesn't seem like that. I mean, that's going to be bubble if they strike out. Let's see how the other guys are finishing out over here. Kendall Bowl 159. No, Kendall Bowl 244, excuse me. 244 and 258 if Boog fills it up in the 10th frame. So these guys were 382 over. And they're going to add another 102. 484 over. Nice bowling. $544 lead this morning. Barnes and Rice, if my math is correct. I think Chafin needed that strike on the bottom right to win the high game pot this game. Boog could come over. What's up? Around, yeah. There were a bunch of teams that could get to like 350, 360, 370. There were like 9 teams that could get there this last game. It's just a matter of did they get there. Kendall Martin asked me what I think the cut's going to be. Around 350, he said. I said, yeah, that's kind of what we've been talking about. It could creep up a little bit, though. Folks, that's just about going to wrap all this up for this block. I've got an hour and a half before I got to come back and join you for another 8 games, and I'm really looking forward to being here with you all tonight. We're going to have late night bowling. It's going to go till midnight. It's going to go till midnight tonight, everybody. And we're going to finish out right over here. 23 and 24. Got our handicap bowler. Steve Botter, Daniel Chavez, Donovan Kelly, Terrence Bright. Six, 8, not fair to leave that. Oh, gave it a run anyway. Botter and Chavez. Botter getting ready to finish out. Best he can do is 155. Chavez can bowl 213. Kelly and Bright still got 178, 259 left. I'm good. How about you, brother? Do appreciate all of the viewership here today that we've had. It's been good. It's been a good day today. Solid stream. Once we got through the hiccups this morning, we'll have another one for you coming up again tonight. As I mentioned, our times I'll move this over to the other side of the screen. Let's go right there, maybe. Oops. C Squad at 8, all-time Central. Tomorrow 9 a.m. back at 1 for the finals. Brandon Bone's going to make it. Oh, come on, get that 10 out of there. Special thanks to Bowlero Bartlett for hosting the event. Corky's Chisholm, Brian Kennedy, and the tournament staff for putting this on and growing this thing to what it's become. Shout out to you guys for watching today. Shout out to the 30 bowlers that bowled this morning at 8 a.m. To the 31 teams, 60 bowlers this morning. 30 teams. 31 teams and 62 bowlers this afternoon that took to the lanes. Shout out to those that will be bowling here this evening. We know Kyle Troop and Jared Thompson are going to bowl again. Who else will? Will Brad Miller and Gene Perez bowl again? We might have some pretty solid talent. Will Wilkins and Jones bowl again? We've seen in the past when they re-enter on C Squad, some folks have just absolutely ran them over, and we might see that again here tonight. I want to thank DV8 for being our title sponsor. DV8 Nightmare Doubles. Brad Brooks, who bowled this squad in the Brooks Agency. Thank you, sir. Bowl 101, pro shops in this area. Do great service. Take care of all the bowlers. The Just Be team and Quis Touraments are sponsors here for the 2025 DV8 Nightmare Doubles. And don't forget, if you want to support our stream, you head over to InsideBowling.com and you can pick up $17 t-shirts. All the brands of Brunswick t-shirts are on sale now through Wednesday at 3 o'clock Eastern. Deal of the week. Pick up these items. Pick them up. And you can save big on these t-shirts. Save 15% off everything else we offer from an apparel standpoint with coupon code YouTube. And we appreciate everybody that's been buying stuff in the store this weekend and helps support our families. You're providing food on the table for the closest people to me in my life. So thank you so much to everybody that does change their buying habits and switches over buying their t-shirts from us and other items. We sell pro shop items, all that good stuff. You know who you are, who support. We've had overwhelming response here this weekend, and we cannot thank you again enough for all of that. I am going to grab a quick bite to eat, stretch my legs, and get out of here, folks. I appreciate y'all. I did my sign off, so that's going to do it. See you in about an hour and a half right back here at Bowlero Bartlett, Memphis, Tennessee for the 2025 DV8 Nightmare Doubles Tournament streamed here on Inside Bowling on YouTube. See you in a little while, everybody.